I tried to do the monkey dance the other day, and it's really hard. Like, I gotta, like, practice it. My favorite part is, like, when he like, goes off the screen like that. I love it. And I love you guys. Special. Is this how I danced at my wedding? Probably danced worse at my wedding. We did not practice. Some people have like this like little choreographed dance. They're like, ooh. We didn't do that. It was a fun wedding though. We had a good wedding. I mean, that was a while ago, but it was good. I would imagine weddings nowadays suck. Oh, pandemic. Oh, ruining everything. Go away, coronavirus. Good day today, though. Good day today, though. We're going to get through Snake Urgent. Right after that, Uzukanlos. And then we're in G-Rank. So, that'll be fun. Secret special stream tonight on our secret YouTube channel. Make sure to check that out. We'll be playing some Neo 2. It says social distance. It's SDShepard now, I promise you. I should probably fix that at some point. Turnip, hello, I love you. It's very secret. But we're going to be doing a Neo 2 playthrough. We're going to be doing Odachi. Be clearing that. Do all the DLCs. Maybe even get down into the Abyss. We never really did the Abyss with our last character, so. Give it a shot. A little bit earlier today. Yesterday we were getting to 10:30. I'd love to get started right at 9 a.m., but it feels like every day I just get distracted by something. How would anyone find me? We'll see. It'll be interesting. It'll be nice to have a place where I go and do some variety. You find a lot of streamers at a certain point start making a second channel just for the variety. You haven't played Neo 2 though? You don't want to get spoiled? It's actually got a really good story. Like, I don't know, a lot of people meme on it or whatever, but I think it's actually pretty good. Am I jumping on the YouTube train with Lodo? Excuse me. I've been talking about YouTube streaming for weeks now, and however, even beyond that, I was streaming on YouTube 3 years ago. There's still archived YouTube streams. I only switched over to Twitch when I went full-time, and I think that was the right decision. How long do I plan on streaming today? Well, this stream will probably be at least 4 hours, if not 5 hours. And then the night stream will be at least 3 hours, if not 4 hours. Should be a total of like 9 to 10 hours of streaming today. Are you going to be there for every moment? You better be. Don't miss it. Is my cam quality way better? I got an upgraded cam. Are we getting a Maldi VTuber model? What? Why would I spend like $500 on a camera just to have a VTuber, right? Like, is this... Would you prefer just this instead of your streamer? Probably. You probably would. I don't even know why I asked that question. I don't know how to put them back. You gotta fix it. Go back. Go back, monkey. I can't. Can't find the monkey. There we go. There we go. Something like that. Something like that is okay. Early stream. Every stream is early now. Ever since daylight savings time clicked in and all of my European viewers are going to sleep when I start night stream, I just started early streaming. So nowadays we usually start between 9 and 10. And we usually go until about 3 p.m. Around there. 3 or 4. Depends. Depends. Okay. Things matter. We're doing a night stream tonight, so it's probably not going to be super long, but it'll still be good. Just took one of your final exams. Congratulations. Hope you did well. You like having me at 4 p.m. though. Well, I understand. Well, you're here now. Wait, 4 p.m. my time? Eastern time or not? Goddamn time zones. I think this will work out. And YouTube is so much better at VODs anyways. Am I testing the YouTube waters again? Where did you find this free-to-use Unity asset jungle creatures? YouTube. YouTube helped me. I think, I don't want to make, if I'm going to have a second channel, I'm not going to have a second channel on Twitch. That's dumb. So we'll just use our YouTube channel. If I'm going to do variety. I think it's going to work out great. I really do. I think it's going to be tremendous. Do it for a couple weeks to see how it works out. But I'm telling you, it's going to be good. It's going to be a good one. All right. Time for video games. Oh, I don't have, hold on. How do I want it. Well, that's okay. Why doesn't it go up? I want it to go up. Whatever. Star wipes. It's okay. My stream is at 4 a.m. Jesus Christ. That doesn't sound good. Special treat. I don't even know if it's a special treat. We're going to do that American Eagle bounty towards the end of the stream. So if you want me to buy and then potentially model underwear, stick around for that. You have a root canal lined up for next week? Hey, at least you're going to get it over and done with. Hey, why am I here? I need to be like... Looking good, thank you. Bulge? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I've got a decent assortment of American Eagle clothing. I usually pick stuff up from them when they're on sale. Fume! What a delicious treat to have you so early in the morning. Do you have any particularly strong feelings about a YouTube stream later tonight? I will have to make you a moderator over there. Also, I heard you helped Kinez's with his arena quests. That was very cool of you. Was it double hammer Tigrix in the arena? All right, so this is an infamous hunt. This is Black Gravios. He's got homing lasers. You've already changed your YouTube name in preparation? Oh my god. Apparently, so two things. One, better Twitch TV should work in YouTube now. Can we get a little kiss from Aldi to start the day? And two, I guess Ludwig is working to make it so you can automatically bring over your Twitch name to YouTube. I guess for YouTube, a lot of people just end up using their real name. And obviously that's kind of awkward. Like, that could be better. I mean, we know how well that worked with Blizzard games, right? I mean, that worked over like a wet fart. I think it's just as important to try and get a mount on Black Gravios. I mean, here's the thing that excites me about YouTube, and it's not even about you know, the content that I'll be doing over there. It's just being able to stream in 4K. Well, if I wanted. At the very least, max quality settings for 1080p. And then for viewers, you know, you get pause and real-time rewind. Like, those are features you would assume would just exist on Twitch in, you know, 2021. And what is going on with this black Gradius? Please walk over here. Apparently, there's some feature that I'm not even aware of, but apparently there's like a really well implemented clip system in YouTube as well. Like, clips kind of suck on Twitch. You can't really like search or browse or easily share clips in any meaningful way. At least not any way as, like, you know, supported as YouTube would be. Mount spammer, I want to get a mount. Where will the videos be if we can't make night stream? It's going to be on the YouTube channel. It's going to be variety streaming. This should be it. Yeah, all right. I'm just going to keep going for this chest here, though. That's the way to do it. Any of you content creators or people that are friends of content creators that make Monster Hunter videos, be aware that on Twitter, they're already putting their feelers out for people that want to get early access to Rise PC. Just putting it out there. I'm not saying I'm going to get it. I mean, knowing my life. But at least maybe your friends can. I feel like the only thing I could really do, unless he's near a ledge, is just go for the tail. Maybe even combo. You've been listening to too much Alien Ant Farm and Papa Roach to have that hairstyle. Excuse me. Stream with Jono so we can persuade. Jono, please, our streamer. He wants to play the video game. That's kind of funny. His wing light pushed me. Morning, Gator. I know Gator's getting into those DMs. I think he's gonna break the thing. Didn't break the thing, wow. So one more hit should be able to get. The nice thing is when you do this quest in the Volcanic Hollow, it really is like way easier to line up mounts. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I do gotta schedule a time for Jono and I to hunt together this month. It'll be nice to go back and try and do just normal Apex and Ogre, as well as the new Super Apex Rapid. We were having a hard time with just normal Apex and Ogre. That guy's a beast. His aggressive waddle away. No way. You're actually going to get a 3080 Ti at retail? Congratulations. Isn't it still like $1,000 graphics card though? Like, it's not cheap, right? How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good. Started the stream nice and on time. Got a fun little variety stream planned at evening time. Okay. I know that went far back. I didn't realize it went that far back. I mean, $1,200 is still... $1,100 is still I mean, at least $400 cheaper than the scalpers, right? I mean, that's still like a 50% discount. What do you think it means that Best Buy actually has it in stock? Like, do you think that means something? Is there like a significance? Do you think they're finally getting their supply under control, or do you think you just got lucky? When you say they're doing a drop, you just gotta get lucky. Feels good to be somebody who has the ability to log on and buy stuff right now. I still don't even know the reasoning behind owning a PlayStation 5. A PlayStation, Xbox Series X, you can at least really feel the upscaling and everything on that, on like, you know, almost all titles. Outside of a couple exclusives. It's kind of weird. Is his back still not broken? I even blocked that. I wonder how much damage his head actually takes. And I wonder how long it would take to kill him just to look for his head. Dave! Huh. That's a very early morning stream, Dave. I know... everyone, check out. I know that the group might be able to help us, but just so you know, the DMs are open for Jono. If you missed that on Twitter. I don't know if you saw it or not, Dave. For the Rise PC. Very Dave, one of the few Monster Hunter streamers who actually respects the Lance. Usually it's disrespected. Not disrespected by me. I am a victim of peer pressure, and so I don't play it as often. But I do respect it. I do love it. I don't like the spiral thrust, though. I'm not a fan of that. Anyone from Very Dave's chat, thank you for coming on over. We are doing a challenge stream, more like a challenge season. Trying to kill every monster in every Monster Hunter game. Mainlines, at least. Frontier, unfortunately, has been lost to Lance is a ton of fun. It's just, you know, people are like, wow, boring weapon to watch. But, like, when you're actually playing it, like, you got to be thinking all the time. Anchor Rage, to me, just feels more fun to play. It feels more like modern Lance than just, like, Tokyo drifting all over the place. 3060 Ti for $400 is amazing. 3060 Ti is a very good graphics card. It's like almost like the equivalent of like what a 1070 was back in the day. I'm running a 2080 on this computer. Ironically, I don't think I've ever actually used RTX. Like I don't think I've even checked to make sure. Like, I'm sure it works, but like, there's just never been a game that supported it that I wanted to play. Oh my god. You got a 3090 at launch price? Wow. Congratulations. When it comes to streaming on Twitch, though, I mean, outside of, like, locking your frames to be the maximum possible, like, you don't, like, do you play in 4K, or do you play at a higher refresh rate, and your stream just sees the 60 FPS? Because sometimes I find that if I play at 120 FPS, it shows up a little funny in the OBS preview screen. Like sometimes, even though it should be showing like more frames than OBS can handle, sometimes it looks like it drops frames. You ray tracing via reshade, play, you get 4K. I guess you could always downsample, right? We got a little reshade going on this Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate right now as well. The real thing that I need to upgrade is my processor, but at this point I'm like kind of waiting for the next gen of Ryzen, and I'll upgrade. Like my plan is to do like a major upgrade for Monster Hunter World 2 or whatever that equivalent is going to be. And I know it's like, I'm a fool to think that like I'd ever be able to get something like a 4000 series, but it'll happen. Maybe. It feels like if you were willing to go the pre-build tax, it wasn't that hard to get the better graphics cards, but man, they get... Oh, that's interesting. Is that like black frame insertion to get the strobe for the additional clarity? I find that as long as I've got like a program that supports FreeSync or G-Sync, I usually feel pretty good about that. Like just in terms of like motion clarity and stuff. Just gonna combo this. My real hope is that someday computer OLEDs become more common, and that they figure out how to crack the code so that burn-in isn't a major issue. 60 hertz strobe makes 144 hertz looks like a blurry mess. Oh my god. Now you're getting me jealous. Have to play around with that someday. I don't know if my monitor supports that or not. Probably not. Get it? How does that not... Like, I'm always, like, incredulous. I'm like, that's not fair. It's not fair, Gravios. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I used to generally search for monitor recommendations under the website called Blurbusters. And I'm pretty sure you probably got some of your information from them as well. My whole thing was, because I'm on Twitch, because we're both on Twitch, you know, it never made a lot of sense to me to have a monitor supporting anything other than 1080p. Because even though you might get some marginal picture differences playing at a higher resolution, I'm like, eh. Like, I don't even stream at 1080p. I stream at 864. You have no idea what I'm talking about by whooping Gravios? Talking about refresh rates. Talking about professional gamer things. Get the 240p monitor for you. This is like the opposite of how Barry Dave plays. There we go. The world's most exclusive 240p streamer. I think Bizarrios in GU definitely takes more dragon damage than water damage even. Yeah, but I'm planning on being a bad boy, Dave. I'm gonna do I'm gonna start doing a little streaming on YouTube from time to time. I'm not like influenced by Ludwig necessarily. I actually started initially streaming on YouTube before I even came to Twitch. I just want to have like, you know, like a second stream where you can do variety. I know you feel the same way probably. You know, you've got the same struggles I do. You even know if they can? All I'm gonna say is if they want to take away my partner privilege, go on ahead. Drop me on down to affiliate. I don't care. Kiss my little butt cheeks. Just watched my 2018 winning run and that was sick. Thank you. It was very lucky because our time was actually above 3 minutes, which really wasn't a great time. The other team just got really screwed over. No, Vicisium, I'm not leaving Twitch. I'm just gonna do day streams on Twitch and night streams on YouTube. This is for you, yeah. I mean, you know, I have a decent sized YouTube channel, and I've streamed on there before, and I've got plenty of content on there. Why am I not worried if Twitch departners me? They already scam me with like transaction fees on sub revenue anyways. So if they want to be like, ooh, I'm not saying anything. It's all, you know, NDA'd and all that, but let's just say I'm not worried about it. I mean, my YouTube content's okay. I mean, I go through spurts, you know, when there's new Monster Hunter stuff to talk about, I do Monster Hunter stuff. When there's not Monster Hunter stuff going on, I sometimes put out videos. That's okay. You know, I mean, I don't look at it as like a revenue source in any way. At least not in that way. But they've definitely, I could tell they've definitely improved a lot of the algorithms and the way the program works for live streaming, because I follow a couple of Japanese speedrunners, and like I did not click the bell. I'm sorry. I never clicked the bell. I'm just subscribed. But every time they're streaming, it notifies me. And then when I come back to my iPad later, it'll say, hey, they streamed. Do you want to watch their stream? So my biggest issue, the reason why I left YouTube gaming is because at the time, their algorithm was set up to kind of screw you over. Because the way they... So it's really dumb. The way they would measure things is the amount of time you would watch the stream, you know, was a percentage. So if I stream for 8 hours and you came by and you watched 15 minutes, they'd be like, wow, he only watched 1% of the stream. That means they must hate this channel. But I think they fixed that. We'll find out. I don't know. I don't care. I'm going to do it anyways. Hail Satan. All right. So we did that. As your Wrathful. Godspeed. Like, I mean, we'll figure it out. I'll be the brave little space monkey. My whole thing, and the thing that I keep asking Twitch to do, and not that I really get that many opportunities to ever ask, is like, when are we going to get, if you're a partner, when are we going to get more than 6,000 kilobytes a second up? That's what I want to know. I want people to be able to see every dropped follicle in my 5 head. You can go up to 8, but it's not stable. And like the graph is always tweaking out at you, being like, you're over the limit. You like my hair today? Thank you, Sakura. You know, and even then it's like, I don't know. It's just not this. It's not the same. It's just not the same with YouTube. I mean, and also I have NA internet, so that doesn't help either. Is there a cat up here? Where's the cat? I know he's up here somewhere. Where are you? There you are. All right, thank you very much for the raid, Dave. Much appreciated. Oh, wait, are you saying... Wait, no, you're leaving the place that's giving you the good internet? 900 and 900 at 40 pounds. Jesus Christ. I pay $90 to get sometimes 30 up. No, 350 to 40 up? Yeah, that kind of sucks. But still better. If it's stable, I mean, all that matters is that it's stable. I mean, I'm sure London is probably pretty expensive to live in. I assume. I don't know. I don't know how it compares to American standard of living. I just don't. Like, what's, I mean, you know, get personal if you don't want to. Like, what's normal rent? Although even that's getting pretty dumb in the U.S. Is this gonna hit the head? Yarnum's in London? Is that canon? As your Rathos, I hate you. Now we got 1,400 pounds. Yeah, that's... I'm assuming that's close to $2,000. If not more, at 1,400 and 1,800. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot for 2 bedrooms. Does not sound worth it. That's weird. I mean, it is the nice part about being a video game streamer, is that you technically live wherever you want, as long as whoever you're living with is okay with wherever you are. My wife and I are reasonably lucky. We got a house within 30 minutes of where she works. And it was before the housing market went insane in this country. Asbestos tiles, that's not good. Live wherever as long as you got good upload speeds. I mean, honestly, like I was talking to a Twitch partner that just streams him traveling around the world doing adventure streams, and I'm like, isn't it hard traveling the world, you know, and having good reliable internet? He's like, actually, there's only been one country that gave us a really hard time with our upload speeds. He's like, it was when we took an adventure to the US. He's like, we were fine everywhere else. It was just the United States that really screwed us over. But you can't make that up. When am I doing that? I mean, Jen likes her job and Jen likes her family, so. You know, if we were not mid-pandemic, I would probably do some adventure streams. I'd love to travel to Japan for a month. Do some streams out there. I can't go too long. Jen would murder me, but you know, a month is okay. Santa Bomb, hello. Yeah, I'm gonna be disrespecting Azure Los this entire hunt, so just expect to see lots of flashes and lots of. Miss living in Japan? Cost of living's not bad there, from what I can tell. I mean, at least when I look at the cost of like renting an apartment for a month. It's like not bad. You know, the cleanest goddamn country I've ever seen in my life. Service through the roof. You know, nobody bothers you. Not to say people bother you too much in the United States, but I mean, well, that's not true. If you're in the city, someone's going to bother you. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're going to try and live in, like, you know, the center of Shibuya in Tokyo, like, things are going to be expensive. I mean, as well they should be. I mean, you know, it's a major city. You know, apartment sizes are really tiny. But yeah, even in Tokyo, like, you know, I think I was able to rent, like, a pretty large studio apartment for, like, it's like $600 or $700 for a week, which obviously just for, like, renting a B&B for that long is not that bad. And I've seen you can rent, like, houses for $1,000 a month. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of money for a B&B. Well, a lot of money for rent, but I mean, just for, you know, having a place to stay for a week, I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, at least not compared to, like, renting a comparable B&B in the United States. I mean, $800 a month in Yokohama for an actual, like, rented apartment sounds really good. I mean, I'm just talking about being able to stay there short term. And it was, like, pretty close to a good part of, is it Shibuya? Oh, it was basically 3 years when I was there. I mean, it was 2018, dude. I mean, the funniest thing is, like, even eating, like, it's a meme or whatever, or, like, it sounds like too good to be true, but, like, even eating at, like, the convenience stores in Japan, like, is in many cases comparable, if not way better than United States fast food. At the very least, I never felt like I would get sick by eating something there. And those corn dogs, like, you've never had a corn dog until you've had a Japanese corn dog. Those things are great. Unfortunately, Japan is, like, 100% shut down right now. I mean, as well they should be. I know they rely a small amount on tourism, but they're just trying to keep their country safe. Korean corn dogs, got something to say against that? Okay, I've never had a Korean corn dog. But you know what? Someday I will. I'll put it through their paces. I'm gonna be a bedlet. Bed's over here, right? Yeah, I mean, it's like, I can't even imagine what it's like to look for, like, anything other than an English teaching job in Japan. I don't know what it's like. I really don't. My only experience teaching or working overseas was I taught English in China for a year. And that was like 14 academic hours a week. I don't know why I ever left. That was pretty great. That was awesome. That was the best thing ever. All that time to play video games and I still couldn't beat Yan Garuga. Pathetic. Oh, well, she's, you know. I mean, I guess the only issue is, you know, she would have to put up with the maybe somewhat semi-toxic work culture that is the Japanese work culture. But maybe not. Maybe it's better at university. I don't know. But it's not like modern work culture is that much better. Could have stayed and be a streamer? Hold on. You think I would have been able to be able to get past the Chinese firewall and be a streamer? I mean, I would have to be concerned with my social credit score, and I don't know if I would be able to do that. Even though I'm like the greatest PRC apologist on this platform, I'm still not good enough. I would have still upset someone. Yeah, but I mean, you know, China was long before. I mean, like I said, I was like, who even knows what would have happened? I don't know if I would have ever gotten to content creation. I mean, it wasn't then, but it is now. I don't know if my Chinese would have ever improved either. I'm just really bad at them. It's pathetic. I tried, but I just never got any good at it. Sad thing is, like, I don't know if the jobs that I worked at, because, like, again, I was teaching English at a university. Like, I don't even know if those still exist anymore. They might. You missed the weird intro? Sorry. Yeah, I mean, Mandarin's cool, but I gotta tell you, like, I don't know that I ever actually... Like, I'm not tone deaf, I'm just dumb. Like, I took a test once, I'm like, man, I gotta be tone deaf. It's like, no, you're just dumb. It's really not that, I mean, alright, at least as a white-collar worker in China, it's really not that bad. Like, things are really over-exaggerated. I mean, at least when you compare how bad it is in China versus how bad it is in the US, like, I don't see much of a difference. But I've been chilling with John Cena. I don't know if I'm cool enough for John Cena to want to hang out with. To be fair, though, I never felt... I don't know, maybe this is like a super Kakona thing. Like, I never felt like I needed to know the language when I was in China. I mean, obviously, it's nice to know the language. But, like, I was never like, oh, no. Like, I need to be fluent. Like, you don't need to be fluent. You don't need to be fluent wherever you go. As long as you're confident and you can point at things, you can live anywhere. I mean, you should try. Just try getting a heavy bowgun for World. Any tips? Is there a general rule of what mods to put on the gun? In general, in Monster Hunter World, the way it works is you usually have like a main ammo type. And so depending on the gun and depending on the shot type, you want the lowest recoil and lowest reload as you can get. In general, lower recoil is to be preferred over lower reload, but like all things, it kind of depends. You know, there's a couple different ways to play it. Probably the most fun way to play heavy bowgun is normal 3 heavy bowgun with a scope, because it actually feels like you're playing a weapon. If you want to turn your brain off and do a lot of damage, you use spread. If you really want to turn your brain off, you use sticky. Just depends on what level of brainlet you want to be. Chinese government seems so fragile with the words people use. So the issue is there's like a main Chinese news publication that has like the most aggro people in the world that are writing for it, and that gets published in English. And so when you're hearing about reactions and stuff from like China to things that might be happening in world events, you have to understand, like, imagine if there was like a literal arm of the United States government that was trying to disperse propaganda, and then that's what you're listening to. Most people don't care. The vast majority of people don't care. Just like every other country, they don't care. Like, I sometimes think like they should have like a different editor, you know, out there, like maybe splitting the difference. All right, hold on. Can we do a trick shot? No! My trick shot. I mean, you know, they're definitely not a perfect country. They definitely do bad things. I think they get a unfairly bad rep. You don't know if it's a devoted branch, but we definitely have propaganda. Well, I mean, absolutely. What the hell is that? Where's the tail cut? I would have gotten it if it weren't for the vest point. That is like the Ultra Instinct version of Fred W. Is it just Fred W? Kind of like it. You just like the 4U maps? I don't really like the color grading. I mean, this is with, like, filters on. With filters off, it looks even more drab. And, like, awkward. So, I mean, it's the sort of reason, like, if... Not that there ever will be. But if there ever was a 4U HD, I mean, it's going to be a lot more than just taking the game and, you know, changing some things around about it. It's going to need, like, some major concessions to be scaled to HD. Because it's just not, like... It just wouldn't look good on an HD screen without a decent amount of work. I mean, it's a reasonable case, Ezekiel. I mean, it's very possible that they had a prototype. And they're just like, this isn't up to our standards. Hi. It would be a big project. I mean, even at 10x resolution, so we're at 4x now. You know, even at 10x resolution, like, it doesn't... I mean, it doesn't change the colors. You know, it's really... to me, it's the colors more than anything else. And then it's the textures that would need to be fixed up. Man, I got my ass kicked the last time I fought Stygian. I mean, I have some HD textures on here. They're okay. The issue is with most HD textures, rather than going in and redrawing anything, which takes a lot of work and some talent, they just run them through an AI upscale filter, and they're like, oh, that's good. And, you know, in some cases, I think there's a place for that, but it's got to be done selectively. What Monster Hunter is this? This is Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Okay, it's time to... So what does Bomb Duty do? Uh-oh. Alright. Oh, the GTA Trilogy upscaling is crazy. Am I in G rank yet? No, I will be soon. My favorite part with the IA upscaling is when they had the concrete barriers surrounding one of the water areas just like turn into a guy's face. That was messed up. We're in the last star level for high rank. I mean, I guess good on them-ish, kind of, but not really. Everyone who got the HD trilogy, I think on PC, got access to the old versions of the game. And they say they're going to go and they're going to try and really fix it up, which, I mean, okay. I mean, you know, where I am nowadays, my cynicism is at the point is I'll believe it when I see it. Which, I mean, what else can you really do nowadays? Because... I don't want to be cynical. It's just like, you know, until I could actually see how it's changed. Like, I just don't care. Like Bloodborne on PC? Well, pretty soon. I mean, imagine like PlayStation 3. Emulation's getting okay. Like, you have to imagine, like, with the way that modern consoles are basically PCs anyways, like, eventually somebody's just going to start emulating Bloodborne. Still waiting in the DLC for Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance. We're the only two people in the world who played and enjoyed that game. Fire Cannon. You actually got really good at it. You were, like, speed clearing things with your dwarf or something, right? That deck's great alone. I mean, I like the demake. I mean, it's interesting, but it's still like, I just need 60 FPS at 1080p with no frame pacing. That's all I want. I don't want anything else. When's the Magic Legends private server? Jesus Christ. Gameplay was fine. You know, it all, for me, oh damn it. For me, it always comes down to like, what are your expectations? You know what I mean? Like, if your expectations are, I just want to play something new that has acceptable combat and some new systems to learn, and then some stuff to grind up and enjoy. Like, Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance was fine. You know, I mean, it did what it set out to do, I thought, competently. But, I mean, the way my brain works now is, like, if it's not Monster Hunter, like, I just treat it like literally like a baby's first steps. You know? Like, oh, isn't that cute? They think they've got combos or iframes. Like, okay, cool. Do I play Magic the Gathering? I played Magic the Gathering a million years ago. The Paleolithic era. With mosquitoes. I can't even say that I ever truly understood the rules 100% because I played it a lot as a kid. And one time I went to a meetup and I played against somebody. And like, they just like a million times rules lawyered me, and then I lost. They're like, you're not in the right phase to set your attack right now. I'm like, oh, okay. I'll move to your attack phase. Like, ooh, you didn't declare your attackers. You skipped your attack phase. I'm like, what? But I was like, you know, 9, and they were like 20. And I was like, all right, whatever. I don't care. Good job. You literally beat a child through rules lawyer. But I played it with my friends and whatnot. It was fun. You know, I got a really big kick out of playing like really crappy decks. You know, really, really cheap to make decks that were still okay. Ahead of the time, internet gamers. I mean, at least when you're playing like computer or video games, like the rules are kind of set in place, you know? When you play board, I mean, it's the good part and it's the bad part about like card and board games is there are rules and then there's your interpretation of the rules. And a lot of times it's very vague. And especially for Magic the Gathering, which was written as a very complex game. You know, in a time where people were still just figuring out, you know, card games like that. There's really nothing like it before it. Why is that one still running? I turned off NFT Man. I swear to God I did. I'm going to have to talk to Eric about that. Go away, NFT Man! Everyone else go to display. Dude, stitching's so hard in this game. We don't like NFTs around here. Find the one in 3U harder? Oh, he was hard there too. I guess he is easier here because at least you could ride him. He's it. Oh, no. Oh, I got some. Well, at least he's down. I just like, I've never fought him enough to like really understand the timing and positioning of his little dragon sparks. I am anti-NFT. Download a card game that turned out to be NFT stuff accidentally? I mean, if there were one actual reasonable usage for NFTs, I could see a collectible card game actually, like, kind of making sense. Do you ever true slash? Well, there's no true charge slash in this game. There's only strong slash and then the follow-up slash from the strong slash. If I had focus, I would fully charge that. Because I don't have focus, I just do a draw slash into this. And we do the follow-up. I'm pro capital. I don't have any issues with investing in the stock market because at least you're getting something. I mean, you're contributing to terrible acts of terror against humanity when you support corporations. But at least, like, you're not going to waste your investments. Do I always charge? It depends on the monster. I mean, look, charging is there to take an opening. So think about it this way. When you're doing a sword and shield, you just constantly are comboing, and you attack as long as you can until you have to evade or block or do whatever. Great sword, you can still combo. Like, you can still do this. Assuming you actually hit anything. But especially as you get farther into the series, they more and more emphasize charging over comboing. The only game where it's like really close to where combos are actually pretty good, about equivalent to charging, is Freedom Unite. Freedom Unite comboing is really not that bad. My whole thing is like, a hit you get off is always better than a hit that you whiff because you charge too much. And even then, like, even with that knowledge in mind, like, I'm constantly greeting and then I'm whiffing a hit. Should have spent 160,000 to save stocks that had been set for years. I mean, yeah, I mean, numbers going down recently, but like, whatever. I promise you, the United States government will make sure number goes up again. If there's one thing I'm confident of, is they will never really let number go down. They will spare no expense to make number go up. I really believe that. I mean, if you could start an NFT and get people to put money into it, you'd probably make money now. And by all appearances, that is exactly what's going on. You know, the question is somebody going to be left holding the bag at the end, you know? My assumption is yes. I mean, could I be wrong? Who knows? At the very least, the only crimes I'm committing are against humanity directly rather than necessarily completely destroying the planet through massive amounts of power industry waste. So it's funny, when he's on his back, you can't mount him. Because each spot of his body must be triggered to be whether it can set off a mountable state or not. And I mean, his feet just aren't that, so. Yeah. Think about that. He looks so good. What? What happened? Did he step back or something? Oh, did he flinch out of his enrage? That's really confusing. I'm thinking that's what happened. I think we flinched him out of his dragon. The Zamite? Well, it's either the Zamite or one of my cats flinched him, yeah. You just don't normally see it when you're playing solo. How do I have two Palicos? In Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, you can have two Palicos. It's starting with Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. If there's a Palico system, you're able to have two of them. Worlds took that back and only lets you have one. But even in Rise, you could have 2 Palicos if you want. Actually, going 2 Palicos is pretty nice early on. Like, you kill things faster with dogs, but cats can steal stuff for you. So. And even then, the dogs aren't, like, way faster. Girl you're talking to is getting you to make cards for Christmas? Was that the girl you wanted, like, a little confidence boost for? Like, a couple months ago, Vicisium? I'm so happy for you. That sounds like a great time. Yeah, I mean, if you had 2 Monster Hunter World Palicos, that would be super busted. They're very powerful. But, I mean, they're scaled to be, you know, really strong. That's nice. I don't even know I hit anything there. He gets me with his ass slam more than anything else. No.
Just
33 months of whiffs? Look.
33 months of whiffs. And I've
don't count the number of level 3s you landed. Alright? Count the number of whiffs, because at least that's the number of times you tried. I was going to do a spin wake up. Like, here's an okay time to try and get a combo in if you know you've only got, like, a very small amount of time. As disgusting as it is, I used to do a job that was kind of in sales, and that was the good bit of advice you would try and give people. Like, don't count the number of successful calls you have. Call the number of unsuccessful calls, because those are all the times you tried. You made an attempt. Yeah, you wanted to know what to wear for the rock climbing, right? I remember that part of the conversation. And my advice was, if she wants to go rock climbing, it doesn't matter what you wear. I mean, unless you show up in full clown attire. In which case, I mean, I don't know. Maybe she's into clowns. Salespeople are goblins? Some salespeople are goblins, if you're greedy. In theory, you're only selling things to people that they want. In reality, many salespeople obviously get very greedy. They lose that fundamental purpose behind the salesman. I'm selling things you want? You know, the worst part about it is, you know, I was doing lending. And with lending, there's like insurance products and stuff like that that go on top of that. But in an ironic twist of fate, the people that needed the insurance the most were the people that were least able to afford it. Texas Miguel sounds like a code name. These are both names that are possible for the game to generate in Freedom Unite. So somebody at Capcom localized the Japanese names to Texas and Miguel. Oh, I saw that all the time. Is it? Yeah. My favorite part was when they invested in all this money to create a scheduler that was supposed to save on like getting employees. And like it would create these insane schedules that would be like, all right, part-timer, come in for an hour. All right, now go home. Okay, now come back for 45 minutes. And like you could just tell like this system was created by a robot and not at all by like a human being, because like who the hell would want to do that? And I was sitting there, every time it would create a schedule, I'd have to go in and just basically remake it, because like there's no, yeah, if you want to bring somebody in for like a half day, like a 4-hour shift, all right, maybe. Like nobody's gonna come in for 45 minutes and then go home for 2 hours. I'm playing on a 3DS emulator. I am. You want to see what it looks like without the enhancements? Do you want me to show you what it's what's really here? This is what it looks like without my little tweaks. Honestly, it could be worse. You can still kind of get a sense of what's going on. Yeah, it's not as good. I have a filter that like adds some anti-aliasing. You can kind of see. I'm sure if Twitch compression we can show it or not, but add some anti-aliasing and it cleans up the colors and stuff. You had a clock to bake cookies for 30 minutes, 2 hours before your shift once, because you were the one who made them the way the boss liked them. That's some like. That's like some Hollywood movie sort of stuff, where like that turns into a revenge movie. So I'm only using some parts of the HD texture pack. I don't like the way the HD texture pack makes the maps look. The maps look like ass, and then the HD texture pack just makes them look like greasy ass. So, I'm like, I may as well not suffer the performance hit by running HD textures. I don't know. That's my feeling. That's my approach on it. I wish there were more guild ladies that like audibly threatened us on a regular basis, like the arena questatrix. Snake Urchin soon. We've got Brute, Bracky, Shigaru. Oh my god, there's actually more than I thought. Okay. Brute, Bracky, Shigaru, a Cantor, Teostra, Kushala, Darren Moran again, and then we've got Snake. 8. 8 hunts to go. That's a little scary. I'm actually really nervous about that Teostra. Darren Moran? I think that's his name, right? Darren Moran? Darren Moran? Hardest monster in this one? Whew. I mean, there's a number of them. I mean, so in this game, there's a concept of quest called Guild Quest. Let me see if I could show that to you, just so you can get kind of an idea of what I'm talking about. It's exclusive to this game. It was never done like this ever again. Not quite like this. Do you see Guild Quest? And you see how it says hunt 1 Velocidrome at level 4? So these guild quests are like random quests. And you can level them up from level 1 up to level 140. And every time that happens, they get stronger and they can go up ranks and stuff like that. And so level 140, Rajang, level 140, Teostra, level 140, Tidal Najarala. I mean, these are all really hard monsters. So, which one's the hardest? I mean, I'm sure it's like a little bit weapon matchup dependent, and you could probably get a lot of people debating, you know, in the chat which one they think is the hardest. Yeah, I mean, one of the most infamous is level 140 Rajang. He's really fast. For me, like, the most annoying is Tidal Najarala. I hate fighting Tidal Najarala, and then for there to be like a 140 Apex is just like even worse. I don't think Chaos Gore is that bad, is he? But I mean, you know, any of the apexes is probably the hardest. At least any of the 140s. Which one is the hardest with Insect Glaive? Good question. Rajang is the hardest monster in Monster Hunter World. He's tough. Yeah, I think for Tidal Najarala, like, I'm going to stick with high-grade earplugs. I think that'll help. I don't know. I was kind of thinking about getting the Rocksteady skill, but maybe that'll just get me killed. So, I mean, Insect Glaive in this game is extremely powerful. Not only because, like, mounting is kind of broken in this game, but it has a very high motion value on its standing, like, triple attack. Like, just when you press triangle or Y or whatever. Standard standing combo. It just has a very high motion value. So you can't directly buff the insect with pods in this, Mac Black, but there's a very deep system of leveling your bug up with nectars. So there's like speed nectar, power nectar, recovery nectar. And you feed him different nectars, and then he like mutates into a different type of bug. And then those bugs have inherent boosts. Like there's bugs that have double up boost or triple up boost and speed boost. It's incredibly deep. You know, for me, for my money, for the most part, I would either want probably just give me the triple up duration boost with as much speed as you can get. And that's probably what I would be the happiest with. So, my only issue with Rise Insect Glaive, and it's a personal problem, is it feels to me like the damage, especially for elemental Insect Glaives, benefits the most. Seriously. Benefits you the most when you're like doing aerial attacks. But then it starts to get a little boring. But then it's like when you're on the ground, like your choices are then either tornado slash spam or trying to be a madman and actually land the Tetra Seal slash. How am I liking this 4U playthrough? I'm happy in the sense that I really got the emulator working really, really, really well. I'm liking it more than my previous all credits playthrough. And I mean, I just like Greatsword. Like I've never had a bad playthrough with Greatsword. Oops. Probably won't work. The charge and draw attack is fun in Insect Glaive. Oh yeah. No, like being able to get a parry off is really cool. About Generations Ultimate a couple years ago to remember what it feels like to play old Monster Hunter, but you only played it a bit. I mean, one may make the argument that playing Generations Ultimate doesn't at all let you play like old Monster Hunter played. I mean, I guess if you played Striker no arts or Guild no arts, or you didn't do anything super cheesy, kind of. I don't know. I've got some very strong opinions about Generations and Generations Ultimate. What weapon did I use last time? I'm trying really hard to remember. It wasn't Switch Axe. Guys, what did I use last time? How old does it have to be to count as old? I don't know. I honestly can't remember what I used. Hunting Horn, thank you. Hunting Horn's a good weapon. Make your cat buddies a little stronger. Gotta be back a little bit further there, please. I've been switching games very regularly. Sometimes it all blurs together. I was actually thinking today about what I want to use primarily for my first Rise PC playthrough. It's gonna be like dual blades, great sword. Although I'm playing great sword now, so it might be a little awkward. Hammer. For Tigrexes, this is called Brute Tigrex, sometimes translated to Black Tigrex, but usually just Brute Tigrex nowadays. Heavy bowgun. I mean, I like heavy bowgun in Rise, actually. Nope. He's kind of bullying me. I'm gonna mount you. That is not a mount. I mean, Hunting Horn is really good in Rise. And being able to get, like, the little recital evasions is a lot of fun. But then again, Hammer has the Water Strike parries, which aren't great, but look really cool when you get them. I mean, Longsword is just a pleasure to use. I know it gets like a lot of controversy for being Longsword, like 5 different parries or whatever, but it's still a lot of fun to use. I mean, that doesn't change. Wait, we'll get our ride going the next week, though. Does he have a crash anymore? I'm just trying to figure out, like, what does Water Strike, like, what are the downsides? Because there's almost always some, like, trade-off. And I feel like there's no trade-off with Water Strike. It's just, like, a better side tap. This is really good. I don't know if maybe the side tap gets like a golf swing out, just like a microsecond faster. It's a possibility. That's not a very... It's not a huge benefit. The marginal utility of golf swings just feels like it goes down with every game. If they keep adding other things that supersede golf swings and kind of nerf their damage a little bit. You love Sakura Slash with Serene Pose? Sakura Slash is great. I actually kind of wish they didn't have such a heavy penalty to the Wired Bug with that move. Sunbreak is going to be releasing the same time on PC and Switch. I'd be exhausted after this. Oh, early G rank? I don't need Edge Master. I'm using a Swedge. That's silly. I mean, sharpness does literally nothing for me. The only thing I'd really want, if I could fit it, would be focus and critical draw on top of high grade earplugs. And then as much attack as would fit. Rise does have rainbow pigment. Am I crazy? What do I want for Christmas? Just want to have a nice, relaxing evening with my chat and then my wife. Yep. No, I want you too, Meat Man. I don't have any desires for any material goods. Now, if I need something, I just get it. You know? And I don't really want anything. I got Jen a subwoofer to upgrade her sound system that I bought her last year. There's some new Jack White albums coming out. She's going to rock out on those things. I got her a new vacuum cleaner. I know that doesn't really sound like a Christmas present. But when you're a homeowner, stuff like that excites you. I broke it when I was Flobying my hair. I can have your ins. Thank you. Can you send it to my house? 2-day Amazon delivery. Good morning? You're up early. Is it 8:30? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I got her, there was a sale. Here's the thing. We've had to replace our vacuum cleaners like every 2 to 3 years. So I got her a fancy one. It was on sale. I got her a Mealy. I'm assuming it's going to last at least 7 years. She likes it. It's got an attachment for hardwood floors, and it's got an attachment for carpets. She's going to have the time of her life. Dude! No! It has, well, so it's not a powered brush attachment. The way it works is like through the suction. It operates like a windmill sort of thing. I'm talking about Meat Man's anus specifically. This game's fun when playing with friends? Absolutely. Monster Hunter games are great with friends. Can't wait to get my next Floby haircut with the vacuum cleaner, too. I'm very excited. Christmas becomes pointless when you have disposable income. I mean, Christmas shouldn't be about, like, let me buy you all this crap to show you that I love you. You know what I mean? Am I playing this game with my friends from chat? You know, when I have you guys in the chat box, it's like we're all playing together. Yeah, Very Dave was nice enough to raid us, Cronus. And he's not so physically exhausted, he's stuck around. Usually the most raids go, including from me, is you're like, you've been streaming for like 6 hours, you're like, ugh, take my chat, I'm leaving. Sorry if they crap on the carpet. And with my chat, that's a very real threat. That's a very, very genuine possibility. That being said about Christmas not being about commercial products, doesn't mean you can't treat yourself to a Thrustmaster controller. It's not even a Thrustmaster screen. I genuinely like it. No, please. Baited. Wasn't he limping? Am I crazy? Was he limping? I swear to God he was. I know he was. Your little brother's the uncharged Joy-Cons? So, alright. Genuine question for chat. Has anyone ever gotten, like, an off-brand Joy-Con? Because I'm thinking about replacing my Switch controllers. Like, the Joy-Cons are getting real crusty. Is Dual Blades good or Sword? They're both good. I don't know what your statement is. I'm not doing that. So the main thing is I think the Hori split pad that doesn't have wireless, right? Or does it? It's important to me that they're wireless. I can't have them connected to the thing. No, and they have to be split too. What is better to use dual blades or sword? I mean, they're both good. Depends on the monster. Dual blades are great for monsters that are weak to element. A Chinese version? Interesting. Maybe go on Alibaba. The Hori split pad sounds like a feminine health product? What the hell? I knew you were sleeping. Do I even care about cutting your tail? I guess. I'd be down to get some Alibaba controls. Can I even hit him over there? There's a cable that connects your Switch to your PC. No, because I like to use Joy-Cons when I'm on the treadmill. They are otherwise the most garbage controller I've ever used, but they are good for being on a treadmill. Oh god. Wrong button. That was interesting. Can I bust a leak? I think you'll be safe now. We'll find out. If you get timed out for 1 second, I apologize. You definitely won't get blocked there. They are wireless, and they are $50. Do they have like the little hand straps so I don't fling them across the screen or across the room? Because I don't see like the little... Oh, your name's a different color. Cyrez, you were orange yesterday. Yeah, I remember you, man. Pizza party time, dude. How was the pizza party? Stop taunting people with the 50-50, guys. Hey, tenderizer, that's not bad. I do remember the follow. Of course, we had a whole bit. He said he has Monster Hunter World for the Xbox, and I need to help him beat Extremist someday. It's 50%? It is, yeah. It's a fun game chat likes to play. It's pushing your luck. I love Extremist. Some people don't like Extremist. I think Extremist is one of the best fights in the game. Like, I really enjoy that fight. Turnip, you're leaving? Good night. I mean, I would like to see more variations of Extremist released. Like, I'm fine with that. guess I should probably check that. You want people to be timed out for pretty much nothing? They're just testing their luck. Phew. That's all. It's only 5 minutes. I promise you people will continue to do it anyways, guys. What's better to use in battle, Charge Blade or Dual Swords? What? They're both good. Here's the... You're not going to get me to say one weapon is better or worse than another. I have fun with both of those weapons. They don't want to know the truth, you. They don't want to know. What is that new game that's coming out? Babylon Falls? Could that be a good stream game or no? I know they're taking a bunch of Final Fantasy XIV armor and emotes and putting it into that game. What weapon do I mostly use? Depends on the game. I certainly wouldn't say I have a main. Hammer and Greatsword might be the weapons I use the most casually, because I just like the way they play. But like in Rise or something like that, like god damn does bow feel good to play. High skill ceiling already for Babylon Falls. Is it, wait, can you play it? Is it in early access? What? I have no idea. Oh, we don't want to mount him until he's enraged. But then it also depends on the game too, because like I'm not a huge fan of Greatsword in World. Because I don't really like spamming True Charge Slash. In Rise, what is the easiest to use weapon? Oh, Sticky Light Bowgun. No doubt or reservation or anything. Or Slicing Light Bowgun. I mean, they're both okay. The thing is if you're dying with your other weapon, you may not die with Sticky or Slicing Light Bowgun, but have you ever really lived? Case in point. I may have died, but I know I lived. Rise's hammer is fine. The only issue I have with it, and I mean it's been said to death, is just the power of Impact Crater. Certainly in the more recent games, you know, it's a lot more forgiving to use dual blades. There's a lot more ways to manage your stamina. Certainly a lot easier to learn dual blades in Rise or World than it was in, say, like, Portable Third. Or God help you, first gen dual blades. That's a thing. Sounds like you can do some pretty interesting combos then, Dave. That's interesting. Hopefully it comes out soon. I'd like to try it. Impact Crater is too strong. It makes other attacks feel bad when you could just be spamming Impact Crater. Immediate enrage. It's so bad. It makes me so mad. Can't get any trips when you're like that. Second gen dual blades feel weird. They do feel... Third gen is when the dual blades start to feel like really good. Like it feels like they finally figured out The only thing weird about Charge Blade and Rise is, again, like there's a move that feels really overpowered. Whatever that hell that move is that completely fills your files. Just feels like it takes away a lot of the complexity of the weapon. Wait till Fire Drill. I'm gonna be a complete goblin. Like, maximum goblin. Hopefully see plenty of mods for Rise. Yeah, I mean, even still, like, you know, the modding community is doing a pretty good job in World. I have somebody in my Discord that's helping put together a monster randomizer, which moves attacks from one monster to another monster. So you can get, like, Great Jagras shooting out Xeno'jiva beams and stuff like that. Really changes up the game. That's a lot of fun. I'll probably be doing a tournament for it when we get to like a farther version. Maybe in January or February. Yeah, no, I'll keep you in mind. I can't promise huge prizes, but there'll definitely be some prizes. I don't imagine I can get, like, official Capcom sponsors, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll talk to Eric. Be the best mobile iPad RPG that is like Monster Hunter Rise? Well, I wouldn't say best. The only one I could even think that might have a mobile version is, like, is Bontless on mobile? I don't know that there is one. I look handsome today? Thank you, Introusers. You look handsome every day. Monster Hunter Explorer? That existed, but it got shut down like a year ago. I mean, all right. So non-meme response. I mean, if you don't mind a crippling gambling addiction, I mean, Genshin Impact is a fun game. Right? I mean, I always thought it was okay. Especially if you play it completely free to play, like, Genshin's okay. If you just play responsibly, it's also okay. I don't know. There's some people in the chat that got, like, really aggressively offended that you could spend money on a video game. A free-to-play gacha video game. But I don't know. I mean, the irony is, like, people freaking out about people spending, you know, $10 to $100 for a JPEG, and then you have people literally spending like $100,000 on a JPEG with NFTs. I mean, all NFTs did was normalize a gacha play. No, I'm gonna explode. No. Please let me finish before I explode. No. Yes. Surprised I didn't explode midair. God! Look, we finished the ride, okay? And that deals damage. That's all that matters. See, Genshin was fun. I like Genshin. I don't really play it anymore. My parents won't let me play Genshin Impact. I don't know why, but chat, how can I make my parents let me play it again? Okay, hold on. We're getting some pretty deep stuff right now. Why won't they let you play it? Did you spend money on it? Did they walk into the living room and you were just jumping up and down looking at a girl's underwear? It's one of those two. And depending on what it is going to change why they don't let you play it. You be honest here. You're among friends. Maybe jumping down wearing girls' underwear? I mean, it's not even that bad of Booba. Like, they fade the characters out for the most part. I mean, Cronus, like, I agree with you. Like, I have no idea how old this person is, but you should be over the age of 18 before you play any game with gotcha mechanics, because it is gambling. It is 100% absolutely gambling, and I will not be convinced otherwise. That is pretty big. You have to go by. You're leaving mid-conversation. We're trying to figure this out. I'm going to assume it was... They saw Booba. That's okay. Look, if you're at the point in your life where your parents are able to tell you what video games you can play, then it's probably best that you don't play Genshin. Just get a Switch and get Monster Hunter Rise. Like, why you... Get a 3DS and get Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. I mean... Or get Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate on... No. On the Switch. I mean, even though I'm not a huge fan of the game, it's still more Monster. See? There's just nothing else quite hits like Monster Hunter. It's just there's no imitation. Stole a credit card is to buy girls' underwear. Speaking of stealing credit cards to buy girls' underwear, we do have a sponsored segment later on in this stream. You can help me buy underwear from American Eagle. We're gonna be doing that later. Yeah, I'm just telling you now, so it doesn't, like, surprise you. I really want evasion on this. No, please! Can we buy me lewd panties? Will I model it live? It depends what type of underwear it is. I need my underwear to have butt flaps. Well, lucky for me, my mother-in-law is a seamstress, and she could customize, sew in a butt flap. I guess that doesn't help you. I'm wearing a thong right now. I am wearing tights. Every day I stream now, I just wear tights. You saw your character talking to Amber? Oh, come on. Amber's not that bad. Dude, your parents are strict. I mean, that's fine. That's your parents. They're just trying to protect you, but... I mean... I guess you gotta have a team of all dudes. Nader of Doom! Thank you. Is that like Ralph Nader? How does Jen feel about us buying me... Okay, hold on. Are you guys buying women's underwear for Jen? Or are you guys buying women's underwear for me? Oh, I know what it is. Okay, I got you. Yes. You want to buy women's underwear for me. Got you. Does American Eagle sell underwear used? Ugh. Ugh. To wear or to, like, consume? I hope he's exhausted. Does he look exhausted to you? One time out of 100, I'll hit his leg. No! Oh, no, please! Oh, thank God. No, 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 no! Don't explode! Don't explode! No, 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 no. I didn't die. This sucks. I want to lose. I need more defense. That was really good. I don't think I've triple carded yet. I guess it's the first time for everything, though. Maximum full degeneracy. this ledge is gonna kill me. This is what I get for not making max potions. So bad. So bad. Oh, he's limping! Oh, thank God. No, we're fine now. Ah, we are in it now. Yes. Yes. Now, I mean, the reason I'm at 1 hit and a half health is this is 4th generation. High rank Bracky. What the? What? No! Go away, Devil Joe. Why is he here? That's awful, dudes. I'm going for the tail. I don't even know that the Devil Joe Greatsword is significantly better than Sergio's Greatsword at this point in the game. Yeah, I'm going for one more now. Oh, you suck. Oh, you. You happy I got both the counters? Does that happen? Does it bring you joy? I don't think I use Raging Bracky stuff or anything in this game, though. I'm not planning to, at least. Run combo Greatsword? Combo Greatsword only? What did people post spoilers for? You're gonna subscribe to my YouTube channel? Hell yeah! Get those secret Neo 2 streams tonight! Roughly 6 hours from now? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Tonight. Tonight. I did carve this down, yep. It's more about sending a message. You're gonna unsubscribe from my YouTube in protest? No, you won't. I thought the Final Fantasy XIV thing was tomorrow. No, Stories 2 guy that's spoiled? There's literally a channel that is Story 2 spoilers. How do you not? What? How long should a teenager play a game? You should finish your homework. You should eat your dinner and spend a little bit of time with your family. You should make sure to get a little bit of physical exercise in, and outside of that, as long as you're getting at least 7-8 hours of sleep, do whatever you want. In my opinion. As long as you're getting all your stuff done, I mean, whatever. I mean, teenagers could be doing way worse things than playing video games. You play 6 hours a day with school? Are you getting your homework done? I mean, look, I'm not your parent, so, like, what I say doesn't matter. You're not going to be like, SDShepard on the internet said I could play video games as long as I want. They're going to be like, I don't care. I would say as long as it's not impacting your schoolwork too much, you're getting good grades and getting exercise, you're probably okay. From a health perspective. How long a day can you play video games? You can play as long as you want. You're a grown-ass man. And I mean that specifically as like a grown-ass man, which is the best type of man. I find that I usually hit a wall nowadays after about 9 hours of video games. Unless it's like a new release or something and I want to go hard. 9 hours feels okay. But then again, I get paid to play video games, as do you, so. Batman is my third favorite superhero. Who's your first and second? You Photoshop your grades? Oh my god. That's not good. You should not lie to friends. Go away, NFT man! I swear to God, I fixed that, and I have no idea why NFT man is still there. No, my face! I thought he does a follow-up slam after that. I must be the one nerd in this entire website that is not playing Final Fantasy XIV. Main story quests usually get you to max level, right, in that game? I kinda hate Shikari. Secret Final Fantasy XIV streams on Facebook? It would take an awful lot of money to get me to ever want to stream on Facebook. Like, we're talking, like, fully compromise all of your ethics and values. Is this safety? Don't you want to join the metaverse? Some people are saying the metaverse might actually become something, which, I mean, I'm interested in it from a social perspective, but in as much as it's possible not to buy into the Facebook ecosystem, I would like to do that. I mean, Facebook is actually really popular in some countries. Like, it's still really popular in Brazil. Probably a couple Brazilians in chat that could confirm or deny. Metaverse is going to be like a big virtual reality tie-in social media thing. Facebook's popular among boomers in the UK. I mean, it's popular in boomers in the US. I mean, it's mostly a boomer platform. At least, you know, around here. We can get people to eat horse paste in virtual reality. And all you can eat horse paste buffet. Writhe around in it. It'd be like one of those big YouTube videos. So I filled my swimming pool with horse paste. You won't believe what happened next. Dude, Snow Crash is a really good book, Carrot. And yeah, it's absolutely, you know, fiction aping reality, reality aping fiction. The funny thing is, like, as staying away from spoilers, you know, as best I can remember. You know, in Snow Crash, there was like actual viruses that were like, you know, put into people. But in reality, they don't even need to be viruses. They just get to be dumb memes that get stuck into people's brains. Never finished it? It gets really weird. Like, deliberately weird, but like, it gets into like religion, Babylonian stuff. It actually, if you've ever played, which one was it? Oblivion? I feel like Oblivion and Snow Crash both kind of share some shared, like, religious subtexts. I know this is starting to sound like a really bad, like, English term paper. Done, like, hyped up on Mountain Dew Rise and Doritos. But I'm telling you, it's true. Yeah, Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Yep. What are you doing to Miguel? Is that worth it? Probably. 12-hour retrospective on Oblivion. It was probably the last Elder Scrolls game with like a genuinely very good storyline. Obviously, a lot of the gameplay mechanics can kind of hold it back a little bit, but as a story, like, it works. Even if it's yet another one of those chosen person narratives, but even still. Oh, and that bag hop just comes out so fast. Stay away, stay away. Beatrix, hello? Yeah, Snow Crash, I mean, I don't know. I mean, do people even read anymore? I mean, it's kind of a monkey cheese thing to do, but like the main character in Snow Crash is named hero protagonist. It's just like just the right amount of dumb to be entertaining. Ooh. Ooh. No. Oh, I try to evade it. Man, it's so hard. We're fine. I'm not even really worried at all. I really need to make max potions. We are at that point now where max potions are no longer optional. Is no longer an option. No. We're fine. I can actually see the Pepe point now. Percy Jackson is the first non-picture book you read? Is it that easy to read, or are you just like kind of advanced? Smart baby. Did I just like miss the ride? I must have. Or did I do the ride and I just like, I'm so senile I forgot I did it? I already rode him once? Yeah, I kind of forgot that. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with reading mostly manga, by the way. Sometimes the pictures help, right? I get it. It's just so hard because like you get stuck with your weapon out, and then that feels bad. Chat is kind of like a quality literature, isn't it? Good literature. I remember that was always like they were trying to get into that. When I was in school, I was like always a thing they were harping on about. How to argue whether something was good literature or not. Just lame. Thought he was going for the cats. I'm actually getting flinches and stuff over there. You read light novels sometimes? Where do you read them? Do you find like official translations, or is it mostly like fan translations? That hit me. Woo! Like a non-stop ass pounding. Let me be alive. Washed up. If this is going how this is going, imagine how Teostra is gonna go. Teostra's gonna go amazing. Double Cephadrome is gonna be even better. Like, I don't think of Shigaru as, like, a particularly difficult monster. It really depends on the weapon. I feel like. I like how they've got their tank. Oh my god, he just exploded their tank! That's awful. Those are the ones that come back, right? So you gotta be careful about those. I'm like Omega spamming nuts, please. Help them get their tank back? I don't know that there's any way I can. So he can kind of like reposition a little bit in that attack. He's not like fully locked in. This is like so tense. I feel like I'm fighting a hyper monster. That's what it feels like. I know it's not a hyper monster. I know it's just a normal Shigaru. This is it, though. I can feel it. Oh, it's going to be so much worse on Teostra. Aren't Teostra's back legs actually pretty good? It's going to be disgusting. It's going to be disgusting. It's going to be embarrassing. It's going to be a little crying. It's definitely going to be a little sharding. Farm better armor? Would it surprise you to find out that... I mean, it's not maxed out armor, but it's pretty good armor for the rank. No, 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 no. No, 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 no insect blade. Daunted by Teostra. I don't know yet. I mean, I feel like go for the head on roars and then just go for the back legs. I don't understand the point of doing an alt on Genshin. Like, if you've gotten everything, just like chill and play something else. I mean, I know it's probably fun to like have the ability to reroll and stuff, but it already feels kind of like, oh wow. Huh. I could probably do something with that. Did I ever beat the Naked Furious Monkey Challenge? Nope. We're going to be trying again. I think it's next week. I mean, I already have high-grade earplugs in Palico Rally. I mean, I guess I would drop the arms. I don't really know. I mean, I could probably get more attack. I don't know if it's worth losing Palico Rally, but I don't even know if I would. It's really confusing. Without the ass to guide me, I'm a little at a loss to what I would even switch it into. It's definitely a good talisman, though. It's Palico Cheer, which revives the cats when you do the cheer gesture. Are you kidding me? What? I didn't even know that's how it worked. I thought it was just making them stronger. I feel so bamboozled. Well, I thought I was doing something. I mean, I could bring them back. I will use it. I mean, the way I have it is from the charm. It's a level 2 slot plus 10 Toon Leader charm. I'm going to use it. I mean, they're naked, so they die a lot anyways. Is that a great sword or a long sword? That is a great sword. Time for a Cantor. I feel like a Cantor is going to be like way easier. I mean, you could put... What is it, Fist Pump? What emo is it that brings him back? Bring nice combined ammo this time? Didn't even need it. I could probably do it. But if we were cats, would you let us go out there butt naked? Absolutely, and I would milk you too. There's no cheer, just greet, bow, nod, shrug, wave, clap, fist pump, point, dance, prance, flaunt, taunt, shadowbox, kickback, rant, lament. Lied to. You like that rap? You like that beat? Well, this is when things get interesting. Even giving good cutscenes like all the way to this point, that's crazy. Getting anus by Shaggy won't be interesting? It didn't have a cutscene. Oh god, and I was going to make max potions. We won't need them, we'll be fine. Now that he drifts like that, it's even more apparent that he's got a little bit of Tigrex DNA in his body. Oh, that's worse. He's like a little smaller. It feels like. So like you can't just like stand under him. Do the cheer. Come on. Oh my god, it worked. It worked. That's actually really helpful because they don't have any armor, but they're using bombs. Drink of alcohol, hello. I really want to wait for him to get enraged before we do anything too good. Nice climb. Nice everything. Are they dead again? How we're doing? We're just figuring out how to use Palico Chair. Is there like a cooldown? Why aren't they coming back? What's going on here? Can you only use it like once every 5 minutes or something? I mean, it's not an incredibly powerful ability. It brings back your cats faster. So what? You don't have like a real like indication of how long it's gonna last. Yeah, he's harder in 4th gen. I mean, outside of being able to ride him. Because like they make him smaller, so like a lot of the attacks that would normally go over your head actually hit you now. Oh, the super cats were these cats that were like hacked to be like one-hit kill cats. I know this existed in Freedom Unite. At least I read about them on the internet. I never used them. But I heard they would just walk up and tap the monster and it would die. I don't want to cut that tail. The ledges definitely changed things. Well, I know Generations Ultimate definitely could be really annoying about getting some ideal setups put together. I hope he doesn't go out of bounds. Oh, it actually hit. Oh no. So did that. No, that's okay though. That wasn't all that. Good man. Yeah. We're going through our healing though. It's kind of hard to tell how and where you're supposed to evade. Oh, shoot. Oh, the regret. Oh, the regret. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. This is why I regret not making the max potions. I was so confident I was going to need them, too. I was like, oh, that's not necessary. We're not going to... Surely we won't need those. On the bright side, we did get, what? Some adamant seeds? Cheer to bring Miguel back. Miguel is back. You want me to bring back Texas? I kind of wait for them both to be dead. Although it would appear the cooldown is probably per cat. They'll get armor when we're in G rank. They'll get armor when I'm good and ready to give them armor. Now we're gonna go to, we're gonna give them what, the Mega Man armor? I think was the plan. There's like a G-Rank event for the Mega Man armor. Yeah, I haven't really messed with the ass too much for G rank. Like I said, I know what skills I want. You know, high grade earplugs, focus, crit draw, and then whatever I can fit for attack would be fine. Might be too close. Nope. almost actually blocked that. No, no, no. No. No, 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 no. I don't know why I started dodging. I should have just sheathed my weapon. I need the audio. This just makes it interesting. But that should help a little bit. You turn down the range of his tail swipes, like just a micro amount. I mean, we've been aiming for it. Maybe I'll get an orb? Something to ponder. It feels a lot more similar to Tigrex in 4U than it does in Freedom Unite, in my opinion. A Cantor versus Tigrex. So I'm wiggling his tail. I'm like, surely that won't hit me. Tiger's body slamming would be cool as hell, actually. Imagine if he did it like really fast. Oh, god damn it. He got me with the nub. Alright, we're gonna get max pots. We're getting max pots this time. Although I don't know how many god bugs we have. No tail carve? It's okay. It's not okay. Do you think a G-rank Great Jaggers could beat up the Nergigante that shows up in the Zora cutscene? Yeah. See you later tonight, Fume. We do have to be careful. Oh no, I only have one? Oh no. No, yeah, it's gonna be on YouTube. game comes after this? Technically Generations Ultimate. I don't want to lose my one Dragon Toadstool. I mean, I could just bring... As pathetic as it is, I could just bring the Mega Neutrals. It's better than nothing. Technically? I kind of want to delete it from existence. Maybe I'll go with, like, Defender? Alright. Much more focused this time. Let's also get some Sonic Bombs. I've really gone way too hard into... the production of honey. Like, I don't need that much. And yet, I have so much. You miss Maldi? He's right there. He was always with you. You want to know what made me mauled yesterday? My goddamn congressman sent me a mailer telling me about how proud he was for securing more funding for highways. And it genuinely made me mad. Like, I don't want to see that. He's like, yeah, we secured more funding for highways. Shut up. You'll be able to get to the mall faster than ever. He watches my screen. He knows. I don't know if this is a good hit zone. I'm assuming it's a bad hit zone. Well, saved by Defender. I mean, they did say they were going to try and improve internet speeds, but, like, you know that's not going to happen. Like, there's no way. We improved your DSL speeds from 14 megabits a second to 28 megabits a second. Internet solved. How depressed do you think the people are that, like, work for ISPs in this country? Like, I'm sure some of them are genuinely good people that wish they could give people faster internet. Wait, no. Oh. You're back? Welcome back. Did you bring pizza for everyone this time?
Nameless Singer 2 just resubscribed for 18 months.
Dude, I was tweaking, dude. I was tweaking bad. I'll grab it after this hunt. I'll grab the little mailer they sent me. Grab your ass. Is your ass a high-speed fiber optic internet cable? Because if so. The range kind of goes pretty far behind it. Are you on your way to G rank or is this G rank? We're on our way. This is the last star level in high rank. It's actually a lot of really hard quests. It's great. It's actually it's pretty intimidating. I don't remember having any that hard of a time with a Canlos, but a Cantor, he does feel like a harder version of a Cantor. How is Frontier micromanaged if they still end up having like the slowest internet speeds? Like I just don't understand. Like how is anyone happy? Like, customers or employees, really. He said white wine, garlic cream base, mozzarella, caramelized onions, kale, mushrooms, fried shallots, and balsamic reduction. That sounds delicious, but also kind of excessive. It's all they can get? I mean, yeah, I guess in certain areas, if you only have telephone lines, you don't have cable lines. Somehow. It feels like it's definitely not worth going for the head. What's that tail? Just bought a PC? You got an RTX 3080? Bro. You're asking questions about being a streamer last night, right? Got that streamer PC. The only thing that I wouldn't like much is the an Intel 10th gen processor is kind of like meme tier. But I mean, whatever, it'll work. This is like kind of like a weird processor. Like I would expect an 11th gen or a 12th gen nowadays. Did Bitcoin and NFTs ruin buying PCs for gamers? It certainly didn't help. Lesser issues like the environment? I think the environment's still pretty important too, though. I mean, a little bit more than our video games, but just a little bit more. Our video games are still important. How is it Ethereum specifically has ruined GPU prices more so than Bitcoin? Like, doesn't Bitcoin run off of GPUs as well? No, no, it's not possible for just China to control the market, because then there's other countries that are capable of producing microchips. Bitcoin's all ASIC. So it's like a special device that you only buy to make Bitcoin. That's kind of fun. Motion value in the swipe attack after the second charge, it's almost like a draw slash in this game. It's pretty good. Oh, I'm standing in the wrong spot. Yeah, I mean, it got severely nerfed going into Generations Ultimate, I think. Is the PC good? It's a good PC. Yeah, it'll run fine. Like I said, the only thing I would get is I'd get a Ryzen instead of an Intel CPU, but that's just me. A lot of jealous people about that graphics card. Look, man, I got a Sregios Greatsword. I'll combo Greatsword you all day. No, no, no. Do I stream every day? I stream Mondays through Saturdays. I take some. I've recently been taking Sundays off. It's an okay schedule. I've been adjusting my times to be more friendly for the EU viewers. My micro slash. I don't think I've done a ride yet, have I? You got this with channel points? Wow. Basically for free. What a value. It's always an interesting, like, question that you ask yourself when you stream. Is do I stream enough? And I feel like for the most part, I do okay. Sometimes I'll do like 50 hours in a week and I'll get yelled at by my agent. He's in rage, right? So it doesn't work. Be careful here, I don't want to die. I mean, the funny thing is, like, combo Greatsword before True Charge Slash was, like, never really that bad. I was eating Texas. Huge streamer switch to YouTube when I streaming? I'm gonna do weak anus, split the difference. I'm gonna start doing some night streams on YouTube. Coco. I'm too entrenched on Twitch to just get up and leave like entirely again. I wouldn't really want to do that, but I think there's some value to putting some streams on YouTube. Don't I get streamed so much I get... Yeah, no, my agent got mad at me. He's like, you stream too much. Stream less. This is a guy who gets paid money when I stream and get a deal at least. And he's like, stop streaming. Do this face? The gate face? I'm fighting a monster right now. If I win, I will give you a huge gate. No, not again. Hold on. Eh. It looks so natural. I mean, the thing is for most streamers, like you're not necessarily thinking about the money that you're going to get paid from by Twitch or get paid by YouTube, because in most likelihood, like that number is going to be pretty small relative to what you make from your sponsors anyways. It's going to be out like, what's the better platform for people to watch you on? Like, what's a better viewer experience? And for a long time, it was Twitch, because Better Twitch TV literally made Twitch a better place to have live chat, you know? But now that Better Twitch TV is going to be on YouTube, you know, I don't see there being as much of a difference. And then YouTube is going to have like 4K, you know, really high bit rates, real-time rewind, pausing. Like for like the top 10 streamers, like whatever they might be getting paid from their contract from YouTube, be it 10 million to 20 million, it's honestly nothing compared to what they're making from sponsors. It's micro money. I mean, it's nice. Like, it's cool. I mean, it's like whatever. I mean, the stream culture is good, but like when people come over and they're chatting on YouTube, like if they're from Twitch, like the Twitch memes still make their way over. You know what I mean? Like when I was on YouTube, like Noxella was constantly typing in emote codes that were Twitch only, just because it was like almost like a religious, you know, deification to like, you know, PogChamp or whatever. Zravius, hello. What weapon am I using? I'm using the Cheddar Blade. Well, the funny thing is Skill Engine, like I don't really know the numbers, but I would assume the ad revenue you get from YouTube is probably a lot better than on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, I don't obviously know much about Facebook gaming and how that works. I just know that the quality of the stream, the literal, like, stream quality itself will be much higher on YouTube. And in that regard, it'll be nice. Is he eating me? Oh, no. Eat my poop! I mean, you have to be, you can be a little less concerned about what's going on with DMCA and stuff on YouTube relative to Twitch, because like there's actual ways to get, I mean, you might get your stream demonetized, but that's not going to change like too much of what happens, I think. At least you're not going to get your account banned. Like, would it suck to lose a day of advertising revenue or streams worth of advertising revenue? I mean, I guess, but you're still talking about a relatively small number in terms of like what a streamer makes. I mean, crazy thing with Twitch, like it's so bad, like you could be watching an event and they could be playing music in the background. And you have to be thinking to yourself, like, do I have to mute this section of the stream? It's crazy. Go away, NFT man. I really got to get rid of him. Oh, come on. What is that? It's my display thing, but like it shouldn't be showing. I'm gonna go see if I can fix it now, because I just died. We'll try this one. Use the cheer. Oh, now's our time. Well, hold on. They have a second because I got to eat my stuff. Well, this is definitely going better than the last run. Yeah, see, they're already back. And apparently that was a big thing for Ludwig. It was like two things. So one thing for him was... three things. One thing is they gave him a large sack of cash, which doesn't hurt. Two, within the confines of that large sack of cash, you know, for him to get it was going to be a lot less hours streamed per month than what Twitch was giving him. And then beyond that, you know, in terms of like doing actual events, there's people at YouTube that he could talk to and might help him. Twitch just doesn't like, I don't even have an account manager. Like, I'm not a huge streamer, you know, micro influencer, whatever. But like, I'm not like super micro. There's like something like 7,000 partners? 70,000 partners? I'm like 66. I've never spoken to anyone. Ever had a conversation about me existing on this channel. And then beyond that, apparently they're taking a lot of people that used to have that role and they're getting them to do something else. Thanks, Texas. Give more money as a Twitch streamer or a YouTuber? That's not an easy question to answer. I mean, there's like so many things that come into that. Probably easier to find success on YouTube nowadays than it does Twitch. The difference being is that you actually have to be really talented to become successful on YouTube. Not saying you can become successful on Twitch without being talented or working hard, but if you're talented, you're probably going to get success a lot faster on YouTube than on Twitch. It's a completely different skill set. Making, you know, high quality or funny or entertaining YouTube videos is generally a lot easier than, well, harder, takes more talent than, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it really depends on the person. Should I be a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer? Why don't you do both and find out what you like? If you like talking to people and talking about buttholes, Twitch streaming might be for you. Otherwise, you know, you make a video a week or whatever on YouTube. Make some spicy memes for people or do some real research and make good documentary sort of stuff. People like that sort of thing. Oh, getting rid of his tail was so good. Well, my big concern for both platforms, Steel and Jin, is it seems like they're really pushing the boundaries on how many ads per hour people are willing to watch on both platforms. But especially on Twitch, like, ProCow didn't have a subscription. he was trying to watch some VODs on Twitch. He literally couldn't get through it. He said there was like a 2-minute ad break every 10 minutes. Like, that's unwatchable. You know, and I can't control that all on Twitch. I can kind of control the ads on YouTube a little bit. There's still some, like, even if you don't monetize the video, like, YouTube's gonna monetize it for you. Like, the days of being like, I don't monetize my videos, I don't put ad breaks and stuff, like, they're just gonna put it in. One minute ad break. I'm not running the money maker now. I'll push the button. The button's broken. Yeah, I mean, without getting like too into business, the issue with Twitch is they don't have a proper ad-based marketplace to get ads that can be run cost efficient for the platform. Meanwhile, Google and YouTube, it's a company that's entirely built around an ad marketplace. Like, the entire concept is they run an ad marketplace and they create a platform for people to make content for them. And then they, you know, sell ads. And then they pay the content creators, presumably, that ad money. That got a little bit smoother than last time. Give him the gate. Let me get the cars first. Yeah, so no, like, the only way for me to disable ads on Twitch is to run ads. It's a real shame. Do the Photoshop one? I can't. I'm not an actual cartoon. You're raging in a world trying to figure out how to survive the Elatrion Nova. You need to deal enough elemental damage. So if it's a fire Elatrion, you need to hit him with an ice weapon. If it's an ice Elatrion, you need to hit him with a fire weapon. Hit the claws. The front claws are the best place to get the topple. I think I got a video on it. I mean, that's the only other way to do it, right, Caladram? Like, if I wanted to right now, I'm not going to. What's the most I could do? A 3-minute ad break. But if I have the money maker, I can run it so it is a 10-minute block of ads. I'm not running the moneymaker. What we might do, though, do we want to shop for my underwear? We could do that now. See if I can get it up here. All right. American Eagle is giving me $50 to buy clothing. I mean, should I take a poll, or I should just go to the underwear, right? That's what I should do. Is that what you want to see? It's not one pair of underwear. Underwear. How do they track how many click that link? I don't know. I will bite you, okay? If I see you, any one of you in real life, you're getting some holiday stuff. So for me, I like the underwear I like is more like this. I need something with my micro bulge. I need as much help as I can get. So that the contoured pouch. Very large among goblins. Thank you very much. That's kind of what I need. Let's just look though. I don't normally wear boxers. Excuse me? What? Is it? Does it? Does it do what I think it does? Is this support and contain? Extra. Can I go with the small but the extra small pouch? The details. Soft velvet fabric. Functional fly? Where's the fly on that? I don't... Does the carrot, like, split open? Comfortable and supportive contoured pouch. Flat cover stitching pairs perfectly with denim. Eliminating any visible lines and excess bold. American Eagle, I know you're sponsoring this stream, but I get the sense that this was a copy and paste sort of thing, because that is huh. It's actually very large among goblins. Thank you very much. I'm not sure which one I like better. Oh God. Oh God. Imagines Jen's face on Christmas Day. I pull open my robe and I say, I just got a little stocking stuffer for you. They would both absolutely terrify her. I think I like the carrot better. I think. Some of these actually look pretty nice. Some of them is actually like pretty nice pairs of underwear. Like they would be for me. All right, I'm gonna get one of them. I obviously have to get one of them. Penguin looks better. I added the penguin. The penguin is in my bag. Well, I gotta be careful I'm not gonna get doxed here. Did I check the size? I'm gonna get small. So I'd like to get some t-shirts. I don't normally get like graphic tees. Depends on how they're cut. A hoodie might be nice. Is there a woman version for Penguin? All right, I don't want you guys getting too pervy here because this is my wife we're talking about. Maybe. Oh, I'm not going to get in trouble for showing this, am I? That's like horrific. Why would you get ugly Christmas sweater underwear? I don't know if I'm comfortable shopping this. I am not comfortable. I am not comfortable showing this on stream. But I may get... it's none of your goddamn business if I get those or not. It's fine. It's fine if it's for me. It's just a lot of stuff with American Eagle on it. Which, I mean, I guess it's okay to have the brand on there, but, like, I want to see other stuff. I guess this is okay. You need a wrench? This is the sponsored content we've been looking for, like, the bulge. I don't really like long sleeve shirts, though. You want to see more of their holiday underwear collection. All right, let's go through all of the men's underwear. Then we can go back to, like, getting something else that I will get along with it. PlayStation shirt's not bad. I just don't really like long sleeves. It just feels weird wearing long sleeves. I don't know. Can I get a pair that says Thrustmaster on the bulge? So, some of these are pretty nice, but like I don't normally walk around in my underwear. Like I wear like tights. I wear tights when I walk around. What are these, like, tie-dye underwear? Is this stream is about gaming? We are getting sponsored by American Eagle. They are giving me $50 to buy clothing. Oh, is there something I was supposed to say, actually? Hold on. New arrivals! Tons of gift-worthy new arrivals just landed at American Eagle, including... This is not part of the script. A little penguin pouch underwear for men with more new styles dropping daily. Cozy cabin flannels you're going to need in every color. Your favorite jean fits, reissued favorites from the 90s, super soft hoodies, and more. Shop the new collection in stores and online now. I'm kind of into... Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of... I mean, it's kind of... Whoa. Getting real HD on there. Like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see, like high-resolution food on my junk. Do you? All right, the eggplant, though. In the peach? Oh, God. All right. Okay, hold on. Some of these actually... Oh, my God. Like, they kind of speak to me? Dude, that T-Rex is something else, right? Why are there so many peaches? Why are there so many variations of peaches? Some of these are weird. I don't want them to go down that far. What? Scratch and sniff? Excuse me? What does that mean? But what does that mean? What does it mean? What? Do they have like a fragrance built in? For how long? Is it like the box? It means it'll, no. The white part has a little fragrance on it. I mean, not for long though. I mean, it can only last for like 1 or 2 washes. Okay, that's, I mean, that's pretty radical, right? What does the back look like? Oh, is it the same on both sides? All right. Would you guys get seduced by that? If I walked in like that? If it was just like me and you? T-Rex in my pants? It's more like an underdeveloped velociraptor. In comparison. Okay, so, all right. Between, I'm gonna get some normal clothes too. But between T-Rex, I know there's like almost no question. Between T-Rex and Bulge, it would be better to have the Bulge, right? This one? Wait, not that one. Okay. All right. So between that one and this one, I will wear one for Jen. Maybe for you guys if I could find a way to do it without getting banned. I will do it. Penguin for sure. 1 for Penguin, 2 for T-Rex. I mean, all right. So, say I was sponsored by American Eagle from Twitch and I wore this on stream. Would that get me in trouble? Let's just pretend I was not visibly erect. American Eagle, you knew exactly what you were doing when you sponsored me, by the way. Does it specify the size of the penguin pouch? I'll measure, when I get it, I will measure it for you. Is that 6 inches? It doesn't, it's actually very large among goblins, thank you very much. Don't worry, it'll definitely fit. It'll definitely fit. We saw the gift box one. We saw the one with the stocking sticking out of it. I saw the bow. The bow one didn't interest me as much as the penguin. Get one? I'm gonna get it. Okay, I gotta. If I'm gonna order it, I can't order it on stream because I'm not gonna reveal my entire address to you guys. But thank you, American Eagle. I am gonna get it. I am gonna get the penguin dong. And if I'll talk to my agent, if it's okay, I will wear it on stream. Do I like anime? Yeah, I like anime. gotta change the title back. Excuse me. Well, that was definitely different than any other sponsorship I've ever had. You got volunteer of Haiku today? Wonderful. Teostra next. I don't watch videos on stream because I can get DMCA banned, and especially music video compilations is a really good way to get DMCA banned.
Hi.
Hit it backwards and show the hole. Maybe I will. Oh, wait, no. Maybe someday on YouTube. Why is it a 35-minute quest? Can you actually repel the Teostra? You'll kiss before you're sleeping here. That's 3 kisses, or at least 2 kisses today, Pineapple. From Maldi. Give the little penguin beak a little inflation there, Chaos. I know what you're into.
Hi.
Oh, and I forgot to eat. God damn it. We're gonna get it this time. I'm all flustered after that. I'm not gonna live. No, because No, I'm not gonna live stream me showing penguin dong to Jed. Should your streaming name be if I do start? I can't make that decision for you. Nobody can. I'll just tell you, it doesn't matter nearly as much as you think it does. What matters the most is, are you entertaining? There are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of alternatives for people, and of those alternatives, what are you doing that's different from everyone else? If it's you just tweaking out, peeking your microphone as you're screeching at, like, Halo clips and VODs, probably not going to be very different from a lot of stuff that's already out there. I say this as a professional tweaker. Oh, that's so upsetting. Oh, that is so upsetting. You're not entertaining? You're sad? You just like talking to people and playing games? Well, you can stream to do that. But it'll be difficult to have a career if you're not entertaining. That's all I'll say. I mean, just chatting is basically the end game on Twitch. You get into the cool guys club and you just talk drama all day long. Remember when monsters would, like, growl? The most boring person to watch on Twitch and rake in 10,000 viewers? I'd rather watch the boring guy on Twitch than the guy that was doing just chatting to himself, scaring the hell out of me as he was just chatting to 0 people. Is it 5 minutes after enraging he explodes? What's the time limit? No, he's really active when he's angry. How are you even supposed to, like, approach him? No one heard. We're gonna restart this. How do you become a VIP? You have to rise above the rank of 3066 in Twitch streamers. Lost to fart. It feels that way. Can I hear VIP? VIP 1 streamer. Like, defender? Why am I so dumb? Where's defender? You're leaving? Goodbye. And he's hard. The hard monster. God, I'm excited for Neo 2 tonight. Such a good game. What? Teostra's just like the worst monster, isn't it? It's been basically a year since I played Neo 2. I got it, basically finished the playthrough when the PlayStation 5 came in. Oh, yeah. Do Ninja Axeman build? Nah, I've already done an axe build. We're doing Odachi. Is he okay? Oh my god, saved. All right, one more redo. We're going to do a new playthrough. Have you played through all the DLCs? Yes. Yep. DLCs are all very good. DLC 2 felt kind of short from what I remember, but DLC 3 is pretty good. I don't know what that GIF means, fire cannon, but it feels appropriate.
Hi.
You use it for bad touch? It's pretty good, actually. Okay, this is it. Joe Cocoon, hello. Good afternoon to you. Montless has a new Mantis monster? Did they already have a Mantis monster or they added one? This is their first Mantis monster. Now, very excited for Neo 2. Still excited for, oh my god. Chaos game. Completely blanking on the name. Strangers in Paradise, thank you. Naked Monkey stream next week. That's sponsored Thrustmaster content. The reason why I like Thrustmaster as a sponsor is because they're like, just do something good. Like, just do something cool with our controller. It's like, thanks. I guess I will. That insta-charge is, definitely a thing. Can I get, like, a single draw slash out here? The unfortunate thing is, in English, they took out a lot of references to Chaos compared to the Japanese version. I think they thought the memes were a bad thing, even though they were objectively only ever a good thing. So is that every time he back hops, he roars? How do you know? See you during Neo. It's going to be on YouTube. It's not going to be here. Wait. Those were yellow sparks. Oh, he can go backwards and forwards. That's interesting, actually. I don't know if you kept your subscriber badge, Chaos, on YouTube. That'll be some pretty intense numbers if it's still there. Some people did. I noticed there's still a couple there. I will ping the Discord. Yep. Yep. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. It's all thanks to VTubers, by the way. How is that an attack? Mossvine Jerky is in this. So. There it goes. I think that hit the wing. Ooh, just barely got out of time. Oh, wow, he really starts it to the left. Yeah, it's a weird Teostra. I mean, he doesn't fight anything like Freedom Unite. He doesn't fight any way like I remember him fighting in World. I don't remember fighting him much in Generations. I'm assuming he's pretty similar. Yeah, he's awful though. It's terrible. Yeah, I don't like fighting him. I'm a big baby. In Gen you had Adept, so it wasn't bad. I mean, yeah, in Gen you've got like a lot of ways to counter it, don't you? Was the AI basically the same though? Literally the scariest attack he has is just like walking forward. Is literally the thing that scares me the most. Gotta be careful about my health here. I mean, he's aggressive. Like for a high rank quest, like this is a challenge. This is the monster that made you quit. Hey, good on you for getting this far. Oh, Fume is back. That's great. It's kind of a hard ride. He decides to tweak out in the air a bunch. Jono is streaming on what, Twitch? We will 100% raid Jono. We'll raid him. Remind me at the end of the stream? Is it just like Twitch/Monster Hunter? It's not Capcom, right? Sunbreak's like a million years from now, Carrot. All we care about is Rise PC access. What is this game's name? This is Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Show Jono the Penguin. I am not going to show Jono. Please. No. Don't. Please. Please don't. All you care about is my Dauntless stream. In some way, it'd be a relief. Just give up and collapse to the Dauntless. But see, like, you say this is old TO. This is not old TO. This is 4U TO. Freedom Unite TO wasn't like this. World TO is a very good TO. That was pretty fun. What is the subquest here? Wound his head? That's not gonna... I fought like 4UTO like as many times as I've done playthroughs. I fought him like maybe 10 times. Vista Chaos Tavar Uma live official de Monster Hunter. Do you see the live official Monster Hunter? Somebody help translate that for me. What? Is he talking about the category? Yeah, we're gonna raid him soon. My Mexican translated. That is so racist. Where'd he go? Go to 6. 5. Monster Hunter Live going on right now? Yeah, I know Jono. I stream with Jono sometimes. I'm pretty cool. Soon? I mean, I don't know. Probably like an hour. I kind of want to beat Snake today. I guess that's as dependent on me as it is on the Snake. You thought I understood Portuguese? No, I'm sorry, I don't. You don't have to apologize. I wish I understood Portuguese. Are you from Portugal or are you from Brazil? Stop, Carrot. You don't know! You're from Portugal? Cool. One of my very best friends is Portuguese. John always sent me Dauntless lines. Just like Shadow Dimension, like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel style. Oh, hello. God, that wind press is something else. I think we're gonna be okay, guys. Do I talk about Portugal sometimes? Oh. Do I? I promise you, you remember the podcast better than I do. I had a drinking problem for a large section of that time of my life. I got invited to the Well Done podcast, got hammered, and then I shot normal twos on an Latreon, and it got people really mad. That's a little bit of lore you maybe never knew. They're like, he thinks you could shoot normals at a Latreon's head. I was playing Catherine, and I was like figuring out all these recipes for these cool like mixed cocktails. It was great. Right around that time. That was a fun time. That was a good time in my life. Simpler time. What is this AI? Oh, right. I forgot. We're just playing this game. Like, really? Like, what are you supposed to do? How often do I drink now? Very rarely. If I do drink, I'll have a glass of wine when Jen's having wine. I had some on Thanksgiving as well. I had a beer and I had one mixed drink. When was the last time you drank that heavily? I haven't been like... I haven't been like drunk in a very long time. Probably the drunkest I've been was the last time I got drunk and showed my nipples on YouTube. And I'm like, I can't do that anymore. Rurikon is Portuguese. I gotta be careful. I don't want to like get drunk, show my butthole, and then like I gotta find a job, and then they're gonna ask me what I've been doing for the last 3 years. I said I used to stream video games for a living, and then I showed my butthole. That's gonna be really hard. Does he run away at the end of the 35 minutes? YouTube is only going to be a slightly more amount of tolerant of my butthole than Twitch. I would still get a community strike. There is Fortify in 4U, yeah. Pretty sure. I'm scared. I mean, we're gonna keep going, but like I'm scared of this thing. Like, I really don't know what to do. I kill him, I guess. What is your plan? No! I'm not planning on ending the stream yet. I mean, I probably should in disgrace, but I don't want to end the stream and raid and everyone in my chat just like, coward streamer couldn't kill a Teostran, so he raided you. I'm not doing that. You have to admit, though, that was pretty funny. that was actually really funny. What if John O streaming Dauntless under the Rise category? I don't think that's what's going on. You promised Urgent Snake? Well, that may not happen.
Hi.
If I beat Teostra, that means we would need Kushala and Darren Moran and then Snake. Should be able to do that. Dude, it's like so bad. Like I don't want to play like a coward, but I feel like if I'm going to beat this, I got to play like a coward. Oh, god damn it. Bust out the bug. Dude, Insect Glaive is like so totally the way to go. We're not going to do it. You're back? Welcome back. What do you want? Oh, do you want an award? Huh? Hoist me up on my shoulders? Sing you a Disney song? Can we spam Jono's stream with MH4U HD? Let's start with Monster Hunter Steam HD. No. We shouldn't spam about it. I mean, we already talked about it on stream. And you know what his words were? Please enjoy Rise. All right, he already told us, all right? Sing a Christmas song. Why don't you do it, you little Twitch goblin? You want to be a big dick Twitch streamer? Go on there and start singing yourself some Christmas songs. No joke, there really aren't that many singing and or dancing Twitch streamers out there. Aren't I the Twitch goblin? Definitely not the big tip. You want a tip about Tio Nova? Well, I know it always comes out at like the 5-minute mark. VTubers? Well, they'll do the singing, but like, is it really dancing? I guess sometimes. What is it? My cats are 100% sabotaging me. No! Can I sing a Christmas song after this battle? No. I'm not gonna do it. No, I never got good at singing, unfortunately. I'd have to take like voice lessons someday. If I want to be like full, dedicated internet clown. Close one. It's also a close one. Ooh. It's monkey time! I'm going bananas! So is the optimal play for Teostra just to wedge yourself in his butt cheeks? Because it kind of feels like that. Tio does have a topple, but you gotta hit his head. The issue is Tio has a lot of, like, instant startup runs. So if you go for his head, like, he'll just instantly run at you. Yeah, I mean, you can try and get him to do a flamethrower. And if he's mid-flamethrower, you could probably... do something. The thing is like, when you hit his leg, he doesn't really trip. He doesn't do a topple, he just growls. That feels really bad. That was just like the biggest waste of a ride ever. I was going to get pretty close to a Nova. This feels like this is going a little bit better. I don't know if that was worth it. I mean, it was probably okay damage. You were here for like 3 minutes. Are you only able to watch the stream for like 3 minutes at a time? I know he's gonna Nova soon. It's so, like, in some ways he looks so clever, because, like, he'll drop dust right in front of him. And then do an attack where he's attacking behind him. I'm feeling like it's coming out now. Turn off the moneymaker? I don't have the moneymaker on. What do you mean? Nope. I can see why people liked crit draws so much. Because in high rank, and then I'm assuming in G rank, you just don't get that many opportunities to actually do the full combo. What was that growl? Well, we didn't die. Once you embrace being a coward, it's not as bad. You just have to be really okay with being a coward. Just want my cool drink. If you've got blast resistance, can you just like walk into those dust clouds with no issue at all? Because it almost would make blast resistance worth it on him. It would definitely give you some openings. I kind of want to heal again. I just want to be able to survive the Nova. Oh my god. Oh, that's so much damage. But the pink meat did it. That was a champion tier pink meat. I think that was more red health recovered than a freaking mega potion. Jono wants me to play Dauntless as well. He had nice things to say about Dauntless. I mean, that's the official Capcom line, is that they like there being other games in the hunting genre. And I generally agree with that. Just has to be the right game with the right company that invites me to the right parties. That's all. That's the only difference. Yeah, no, I mean, you know, competition's only ever good. The back hop to the charge forward is maybe the most toxic thing Teostra does. Oh god, that's so much damage. We got nutrients. I think. Bad boy, I'm literally at the bed. You would do the same thing. Don't even act like you wouldn't. All right, I'm kind of, you know what? Pepe Point version 2 is kind of growing on me. I mean, he's no Keck U, but I still kind of like him. Bed boy since try? No, I've been a bed boy since way before try. No, 100%. There were sessions I had in Freedom Unite where I would bring in combines for like 11 Farcasters. And every time I took a big hit, I would just Farcaster back to camp and heal in the bed. Yeah. I mean, I know that doesn't come as any huge surprise, but I mean, I'll admit it. He was just leaving. He was just here. He probably went back to 2. I feel like he goes between 2, 8, and 9 the most. Look, I've just learned about the power of the bed, okay? You guys are still learning. Imagine bed boy can rise? Well, that's not necessary. That's just called using a mega potion. Is he still in rage? Is he going to immediately explode on me? We're going to play it cool just in case he does that. Kanta doesn't need the bed? You don't know that Kanta doesn't use the bed. Have I tried a hunt without running? I don't know if I've ever done a challenge run without running before. I mean, certainly you can do like insect glaive walking or hunting horn walking or sword and shield. I don't know if demonize counts as running. But I mean, I think it's hard to do any hunt without like immediately sprinting to the monster at the very least. Girl asked you out to lunch? I thought you guys have been going out for a while. Don't. Please don't. He's tweaking out, I guess, whenever the camera pulls out. Snipe the head? I hit the head. When he turned around just now, did you miss that? Exclusively snipe the head? I'm not. We're getting somewhere. Oh, yeah. Feeling pretty good now. I'm feeling a little smug. Cut tail. Cut your tail. Imagine starting a monster game without being able to run. I mean, there were people that played the game like this. Like when they were, like, there's absolutely game journalists out there, and maybe even normal people. Abnormal people. That would play like this. I think you could probably get rid of the square button. Because you wouldn't be able to sheath except for like Monster Hunter World and Rise. Or you'd be able to use items, but you'd still be able to play. Circle and square, Circle and X you kind of need to like confirm and then cancel quests. Oh, that's so satisfying. L? I mean, L you don't need at all. I mean, I would even say it's that annoying to play without an L. Gem, is that kind of rare? I got a gem. I don't know that I'm going to do anything with it. I'm not going to make his greatsword. He might have a good piece of armor. Like maybe his chest is okay. I can't remember. This used to be an underwear buying stream. Literally, sponsored content is my best content. How do you love 4U Teostra? He's awful. Defense 9? How do you love Clutch Claw? A small amount. Would you ever do a Spotify sponsorship where they ask you to sing? No. Because I've gotten Twitch Sing sponsorships offers before, and I didn't take those either. I don't even know what Teostra del Torre is. That's not good. I think his G-rank version's really good. It's the hammer. Well, I can't look at it. Can't be crafted on its own. But if I got an offer from a karaoke brand, I probably wouldn't accept it. All right. We have a YouTube stream tonight. We're going to be playing Neo 2. Check that. Check the Discord. We'll be back playing more 4U tomorrow. Promise you we're going to be fighting Snake tomorrow. Promise you that. Jono is playing Monster Hunter Rise on the Monster Hunter official channel, so we're going to raid him. Make sure I got the right channel. And I do. Oh, he's got all sorts of people there. All right. Everyone say hi to Jono for me. And then I will see you all later tonight. Have a great day. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, I love you. I miss you. Goodbye.